It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Hello. That is a very different game, R10. Hello and welcome, Jen, R10 Mittens. Hello, hello. Good evening to you all. I don't know why it felt like it's been so long since I streamed. It was literally last week. But I guess it's been 2 weeks since we streamed Ace Attorney, so I don't know. Maybe that. Oh, I have my hands back on. But yes, welcome back to the wonderful world of Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies. Anyway, here we are once again. Oh, and I was watching last time's Ace Attorney VOD at some point. And I did notice that tiny black quill that shows up on this screen here, you'll be relieved to know that tiny enamel pin black quill is still wearing his shackles. Just in case you wanted to know, he is still wearing his shackles. But anyway, gosh, I would do a case recap, but we're basically done with case 3. I stopped last time because I was tired. I'm not. My week was pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty okay. Probably didn't sleep as well as I could have. But, yeah, decent week. I did some more Utao covers. That's always fun. Hi, Viz. How are you? I don't know what that means, Jen. A grand day. Wonderful. Birthing day. Ah! Right. The day of my birth. I suppose so. No. Bad. Bunk. But yeah. We're gonna finish up case 3. I swear it. We shall. We must. I get that. Okay. This motherfucker. Yep. Okay, hang on. You, where were we? Even though he's rotten to the core, he's a total pro. I mean, that all made perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up on his own words yet. Time to see how consistently the professor's testimony matches up with his actual actions. Okay. Okay. wonder. Take that?
Objection!
No. Okay, don't take that. Yeah, no. Can I at least get credit for trying? Oh. Well then. Where's the love? Okay. Use Q to pass it on to the police. Okay, what about on this statement? I feel like this is...
Objection!
There we go. Okay. So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. Ha! That's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor. It is an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time. Just so we're clear. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it." There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness.
Objection!
The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? Bada-bow. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself with while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. Objection. Why, you little... You dare call my teachings and methods lies? What? What? Oh, God! What? I am very concerned. I am extremely concerned. Where did you get that chalkboard? Demas Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education... Thank you. What true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. Huh? Professor Means, what's with your hair? Quiet! No talking in class! Oh, God! Ow! I did, while his head was blocking the word homeroom, I did read it as homoerotic. I was like, what is he writing? His name is Aristotle Means, so. Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes. Huh? Oh, here? Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I mean, here. Fool! The proper response is here, without any extraneous information. Ow! I mean, here. Next, Your Honor. Here. See, class, that's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackquill. Look at the bird. This is a cute little bird. Oh, he's a little. Oh, he's a little. I said Simon Blackquill. Are you here or not? For once, I value this man being a delinquent. There's always one, isn't there?
Well then, I'll just mark you absent. Now get out of my class this instant.
Get out. Very well, if that is your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher?
Well, I'll be leaving. Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackquill is free of his shackles.
Oh right, I forgot. He busted out of his shackles last time. Again.
Zappy! It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinarian committee. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog to teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, Fulbright. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. God, look at him. All right, class is now in session.
Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomach ache?
Pay attention. I am not the killer. Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening.
Objection!
But Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. You're not allowed to object.
What? Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention. The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home by that time, so how could I have been involved in this crime, my dude?
Objection!
Objection, fuck you.
Professor Means, can you really prove that you had already gone home by that time?
Because I can prove you hadn't.
Can you prove that I was still at school?
Yes. No. No, I can't. Yes, you can, Athena.
So you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate.
Ew! I do enough of that at the office. Who's objecting now?
No way, man! I totally object! Robin? I can't believe I fell for the professor's silver-tongued lies. Why, you... How dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man! No way, no how! Now I have a confession to make. You know those 2 statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself!
The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So, I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell. Right, and it would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished.
Professor Means was still at school. This is incredibly important testimony.
The professor told me, I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I'd made both statues myself.
I'm so sorry for not telling the truth!
Robin.
Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something!
Yeah, he sure is, isn't he? He sure fucking is.
Good bird. And who's in charge of the class pad around here?
Good birdie. Good birdie. Get him. Good little government drone. Not interested. But if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man.
Of course.
Only real blades will do.
No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Nurse, nurse, where's a school nurse when you need one?
It would seem Psych Stono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your staff quick as lightning.
Very well, then I will just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lessons begin in second period. Prepare to be served, old school style.
What does that... Oh, never mind.
Your testimony, please.
Criminy.
Stop tapping. Professor means work of art. Pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant, Juniper, saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying that the defendant saw the finished statues. Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it now.
That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell.
All right. The professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as long. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short a time. Unlike getting up and stretching with the get up and stretch time. 1.5 hours is way too long to get up and stretch, IMO. Yep. Why is my chair squeaking? Ugh. Yes. That didn't exactly help our case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. Boom, boom. I'm gonna go over half a day to complete one statue. Hang on 1 second. Stop tapping! Stop! Okay. 6 p.m. Oh my god. I can't. Shush! Nice. Excellent stretching. Okay, so 6 p.m., right? This is gonna be important. Apparently, took her 1.5 hours to finish the first statue. Or to finish a statue. 1.5 hours got her halfway. So that's 7:30. Right? Yeah. Then I don't quite know the relevance of it just yet. But then... And then...
Hold it!
Miss Newman took over half a day. Can you please be a little more precise than that?
Ha ha! What a wonderful question. She was having quite a tough time, you see. Prosecutor Gavin's statue alone took her from the morning hours into the evening. Well, it is a rather large statue after all. Don't be silly. It merely exposes the difference between student and teacher.
most of the other statue. What exactly does that mean? I now see. Yeah.
Robin created the basic outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell rang. I, in turn, completed the rest of it. I see. In academics as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of statue making, didn't you?
What?
Ow. Why, you insolent little... It is the practical applications built upon the basics that take so much time. Professors such as I mastered the basics a long, long time ago.
Unlike Miss Fancy Pants here, who lacks all loyalty fundamentals. Don't you...
Oh, quiet you. Now do you understand? I did not leave that stage until I was done!
Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? Not on your life, Buster. No, I don't. I know there's more to this, and I won't stop until the truth comes out.
The more you struggle, the more you sink, like so much legal quicksand, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I was... The minute he fucking tossed that chalk directly at the screen, I was like, oh man, that must look great in 3D.
I used the world's ultimate technique to complete the statue by 8:30 p.m.
And Jennifer saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30.
Got that?
I have a feeling we need to present the picture here, but I'm gonna keep pressing on things.
Hold it!
Maybe our client only thought she saw the statues.
Silence!
Thank you, Simon. You know what? Thank you. A pity for you, but we have already confirmed it with the accused. For once, thank you. Thank you for stopping that. We're a fool. She's on record as having seen both statues. Yeah, that's true. Just thought I'd give it a shot.
I have the ultimate in courtroom techniques. It is absolutely airtight. I will bury you. This will be your final resting place, along with all who believed in you.
Alright, calm down. Is there no way to get to this guy? There super is.
Pay attention, very close attention.
Hold it!
Why were you in such a hurry?
In the legal world, your body is your capital. The early bird gets the worm.
I don't know what does that mean?
That's why I get to bed at 9 p.m. each and every night. And that's why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime! Well, ready to concede that I never left the stage?
Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? No! No! Be careful, Athena. If you don't have anything, it's probably best to just grin and bear it for now until you find something to nail him with. What?
When will you cease this nonsense? I'm quite busy today, as I was the night of the crime.
Hold it!
Yeah, but you could have taken a short break or something.
Preposterous. I didn't even have 10 minutes to spare. Not even 5 for a visit to the lavatory. I pissed on the stage. Let me ask you, Your Honor, do you find anything wrong with my claim? So far, it appears that your statue making was quite a difficult chore. And I see nothing that could overturn your claim that you never left the stage.
The art room is only a few steps away. It's a bit farther. What's the plan? All I can think of is pressing him like crazy. That's all I can think of, too.
We'll just have to seek out a hole to exploit.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I just wanted a line where he wasn't fucking tapping the chalk. 6 and 8. I thought of something really fucked up just now, but I don't think that would be so. No. Yeah, I'll exploit some holes, alright. Objection?
Objection!
Okay. Look at this photograph.
Hold it! Hold it!
Silence!
Where was the... pressing? The pressing when we got to be like...
Hold it!
You know what? Sure, I do accept the witness's claim. I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede. I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. I said, go fuck yourself. Ugh. I concede the professor means never left the stage. That's right. But what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed that crime. I'm not gonna give up here. I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
Objection!
I do, apparently. Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you've thought of something. Well, as I said, not yet. Apollo, you know our stance on thinking around here. You're gonna hurt yourself. Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors. Not yet, Athena. It's not yet time to quit. It's at times like these when it seems like there's no way out that you have to... Yeah! I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he could commit murder without going there. Later, Mittens. It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. Ow. But I'll use any means necessary. Ow. Even casting stones. Ow. If it'll distract her. Ah! Who brought the bird to school? Good bird. Sykes-Stowe. Now, if I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts? If I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time, the only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it! Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the... I'm running out of health. I'm running out of court health. The crime scene? If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer.
Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
Objection!
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continue, Sykes-Dono. Okay, the murder was actually committed here. Wait. What if he used the pulley to bring the body up to the art room? What if he used the pulley to bring the body up to the art room? What if he used the pulley to bring the body up to the art room? Take that?
Take that!
The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means that the body was never moved at all. I don't know about that one. But...
Silly girl. When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed.
There wasn't any blood on the stage? Really? There was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now bloodstained. This thing.
Take that!
Take it. It's true, there were no bloodstains on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this! The school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed. Well, actually, yeah, no, that's like really thick fabric, right? Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, alright. Clavier made a big deal about, like, oh yeah, it's really nice, thick fabric. Yeah, alright, fine.
Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence!
Ah, what is it now? My theory makes perfect sense. That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. Oh well. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire makes more sense than not.
Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
He probably already has...
Objection!
Objection? What are you talking about? Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well.
You do.
There was only a trace amount... The other banner! There's only a trace amount of blood on the school banner. Then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood. The other banner. The one that got burned.
Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner.
It's the governor's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood, like a dishcloth. And only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it.
So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it.
The governor's banner was like a dishcloth. Surely it was at least towel quality.
Simon, don't just stand there, do something!
Silence!
Sykes-Dono, you are learning to wield a blade quite well. But how will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? Oh. The remnant of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room. Why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claim?
Objection!
The blood stain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room, and probably the body as well. Take that!
To think you'd stoop so low as to present mere garbage to this court.
God damn.
It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Governor's banner to the art room. Then, the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. Order. This is quite a development. To think the body was never actually moved.
No, it was.
Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain that loud crash you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statue, I hadn't thought of that. That loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues. But what was it indeed? The knot in the school banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. So if that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder and then on the stage after. They're really spelling it out, huh? The object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was this.
Take that!
Take it! That statue.
Yes, I believe it was this statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial. But she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence!
Perhaps you are onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap-heap relic in such a tedious manner?
Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming.
You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to point us to the body. Professor Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi.
That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously.
Well done. Hey, thanks.
You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says, and says what he means by all means.
Fine then. Say it already. I'm waiting.
The murder occurred the night before. The body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. Stop! So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that entire time?
Give me 1 second.
It's okay, I'm back.
That can be explained by, if the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. And, of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. I know. We've come so far. Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and it always will be. Just wait a minute. Ugh. Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. The end justifies the means is an amazing bit of legal wisdom. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco. Hey! Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. You done it now. Oh dear. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer. Even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Oh dear. We're having a bad time. Athena, what's wrong? Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Relax, Athena. Breathe. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, is this how it ends? Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would. You leave Athena alone, man! She's the one who saved me! It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. Say we did do a good thing, even if it was really, really awkward at the time. And just really uncomfortable. Way too drawn out. But, you know, it justifies the means. Hello, Vic, how are you? And she saved the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against Hugh. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie? I know you better than most people, Athena. And I know you'd never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie. But I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence!
tread carefully. Stop your bleating this instant. You look an utter fool.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked for thus far? It would not do to have you disappoint you-know-who.
I...
You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me.
What does that say? The bright something dark age is now where the end justifies the means.
No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt.
The bright, cheery dark age of the law, where the end justifies the means.
You are helpless before the might of lawyers for whom the end justifies the means.
Objection!
Objection, fuck you.
Don't worry, Athena. You're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him.
But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now?
Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Now let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
Hang on, wait. Mr. Statue has been smiling a whole lot, hasn't he? Wait a second. Wait a minute. Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat.
Oh yeah, this again. Whee! The Danganronpa section.
Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, when did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Well, let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time his fake alibi created.
You know, I thought I was onto something by saying that Professor Statue had been smiling a whole bunch, but I think they were just, you know, I think they were just being dramatic for the sake of it. I thought they were giving me a hint. Anyway, to move the body where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is during the mock trial, right? Body was moved during the mock trial. It was during the mock trial, specifically during the speech. Body was moved during the speech. Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The speech was 10 minutes. Ugh. Professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before, specifically the white statue. White Lady Justice was also moved. During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the White Lady Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down the stage to the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And 3 statues. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. But was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? Doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something was used to cover the body up, but it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. And that way, no one would suspect that there was a body hidden inside. What was already on the stage and capable of concealing a body? Why, the Wright statue, of course. See, this is that fucked up thought that I had earlier, except I thought that he, like, covered the body in plaster and made it look like the statue, like a Cask of Amontillado, kind of, sort of, not really, but this is also fucked up. The body was hidden by Wright's statue. Oh, I know. The Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside. Also because there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that this man made an entire statue in an hour and a half. Fuck you. I don't care if you are in fact half statue. That doesn't give you some fucking superpowers to work with clay or whatever. No. No, no, no. Cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Boss. Miss Newman gave up on the Wright statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat that was.
Objection!
Objection? Come on. No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work, the murder of Professor Court. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue. What? I second that what? Now this is getting interesting. No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
We'll never know until we try. I feel like you could have picked a different phrase there, but okay. Oh, I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm going to pose like the statue, like so. And now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth so that I look like a statue. Athena, what are we doing? I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? What are we doing? Alright, you know what? Sure. I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. Alright, I think that about does it. Huh. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look just like a statue of Mr. Wright or what? Oh boy, this game is just... Remember like 5 minutes ago when we were having a mental breakdown? When we were suffering from PTSD and about to fucking lose everything? And now we're just... here. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like some random person to me. The statue's a pair of busts? Bust. Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair. The statue's head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. You gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it! The hands! Her arms are raised over her her arms are raised over their head and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Wrist. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrist indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Athena? Athena? Athena, 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 Athena. Hey, Athena. Hey, Athena. Athena? Hey, Athena? Ma'am? Madam? Excuse me? Excuse me, ma'am? What are we doing? I remember 5 minutes ago when we were having a really bad PTSD episode. I'm just gonna hang on 1 second. This is important to me. Hey, thanks. I'm gonna take a drink of water. Yeah, you know what? You're so right. I shouldn't kink shame. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No, besides it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Yeah. Professor Court's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want given her hands were tied? Good question. I mean, yeah, right? Tie both of my hands in an objection pose. You sure? What about the spiky hair on the back of the head? Oh, I know. The boss is right there. Go pull some out and you can glue it on. Okay, I'm on it.
Objection!
Ow! Ow! What do you think you're doing, Apollo? Okay, this is probably the wrong answer, but that was worth it. Sorry, Athena, I couldn't do it. Don't be such a wimp. Oh, how unfortunate. And I was so looking forward to seeing where that was headed. Alright. Unfortunate. It's all Apollo's fault. Guess I'd better think of something else. Yeah. Alright, fine. That was 100% worth it. And I want that pip of health back. Apollo, tie both of my hands behind my head. Huh. See, this makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, but there was a framework already there. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. Black Quill's just standing there like, what are we doing? What am I even doing here? Why am I still here? Just to suffer? He's just standing there completely dead-faced. Also, hi, Skrixie, I didn't see you come in. I can't tell you that you're wrong. I can't tell you that you're wrong. I probably can't tell you that you're wrong. Anyway. I can't help thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. The arrow? Oh right, there was an arrow sticking out of her side. This is fucked up. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. Are you crazy? Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rapido schnell. Those are two different languages. All right. I don't need to know other languages to know bossy when I hear it. The fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created from 2 hands. A masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth. But remember to make the arrow stand out, okay?
Mommy, the arm's too short.
Shh, remember your indoor voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But what else could you use for the arm? Still won't give up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. I forgot you were here. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Oh boy. Disappoint me again, the penalty will be doubly painful. Yikes. Guess I better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think! Professor Court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it wasn't premeditated, he must have used something close at hand in his little ruse. Apollo, show me the stage setup photos again. Like that? Right now? Okay, hold on. Yeah, the fucking frame. Please be in this photo. It just has to be. The arm on Mr. Wright statue is really this right here. Wait. I'm going to ignore the logical option of the statue frame and think stupid.
Take that!
Got it. I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright.
This is absurd. There is no such thing in this photo.
Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there.
Everyone else except me. Staff? This is the spear of a great legal warrior.
Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. Yeah, so it would seem. Yeah, okay. I guess. Okay. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up. Oh boy.
Objection!
How about that? It's Phoenix Wright. Look, it's the famous lawyer.
It's definitely him. I know that pose anywhere.
We did it, didn't we?
Ah ha ha! Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages and into an era of brilliant golden light.
Golden light. All I see before me
Is the pink specter of a man. That's just because Mr. Wright likes this statue. He's positively tickled pink.
I think Athena has lost her mind. I think Athena has lost her mind. I think she you know what? You know what it is? She had a depressive episode a little bit ago, and now she's jumped into a manic one. That's, yeah, sure. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink! Athena, stop. Blah, that joke deserves a pink slip. I'm leaving. It's a gas leak. Anyone else smell burnt toast? Mind break tag. Stop. It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness? But the resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence. Oh, hey, you have your staff back.
Objection!
Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. To prove that his spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is see if it's a staff or spear.
Yeah, I can, yeah. Because no matter how well you clean it, it would still be there, right? We had assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in. If the wound was from this spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it.
Your Honor, a brief recess if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it?
What's wrong with a non-guilty verdict?
After that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Objection!
You're literally plotting to destroy evidence right in front of us. Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now I ask you in the gallery.
Help me decide the professor's fate.
What are they throwing? Oh! Oh no. Oh, that sucked. Oh, that sucked. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Prosecutor Blackquill, what has become of our witness Aristotle Means? It is as Steno suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to this heinous crime. All of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Can you stop calling it the clink? Great, he'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? I could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth. I'm so not okay with this. One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too? See, now you're speaking my language, Artan. I eventually had him put pen to paper. It turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing, right there on that stage. The result? The heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script and thus frame the defendant. But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark as Professor Court's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class. Well, I was on the right track. I thought they gave those planners to all of the teachers, but you know what? That's a close second. Really? So then... Indeed. Once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. Hang on one second. Oh, we don't have the other one anymore. Or do we? Oh no, we do. HUGH. Fine. This, too, was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance Court was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. Yeah, he's a fucking psycho. This is the dark age of the law, and we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods, not guilty! Woo! Yay! Yay, yay, yay! Yay! Just completely fucking deadpan all the confetti. She's like, can I leave now? He still hasn't earned being liked by me. He still hasn't earned... Hello, hand. Still hasn't earned being liked by me. But god damn it, they use him well as a prop. They use him very well. He is the metaphorical straight man to the rest of this game's funny man. It's well done. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain. That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today. Court is adjourned. Bring in the dancing lobsters. October 26th, District Court, Defendant's Lobby number 3.
Thank you, Thena. I really mean it.
It was nothing, really. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You looked pretty wound up there at the end, literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster.
I wanted to thank you too, Apollo.
Don't mention it.
The way you were always there for Thena when she was in a bind. And at the detention center, where your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person.
Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. Platonically. but I still have lots of work to do. And I can't wait to see you until we see you on the judge's bench.
I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why, until that day, I'll...
Guys, I've got some big news! I mean, this is huge! Oh, am I interrupting something? Hi, Jersey. Long time no see. No, it's okay, I think. So what's the big news?
The school festival. It was supposed to have been canceled after what happened, but...
We just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen, the festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. Really? All right! Wait! Does this mean... Wait! Hang on! Honey!
We've got a special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy. Achtung, baby. It's time for the guitar serenade.
We can never escape. I am. I have to say, I must say, seriously not the voice I expected. It is welcome. I love it. I love hearing his voice. But, To be clear, I won't be changing my voice. That's too much effort, and let's be real, we're probably never gonna see him after this case. It sure is. It is now. I'm gonna need to rewatch that cutscene. Stop it! Get up and stretch! October 27th, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor lecture hall. Wow, that was so much fun! School festivals are amazing!
I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away.
Ah! Your singing voice, Juniper! It could melt my HEART! Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember, the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win. Although Robin had you for a while there.
I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena.
And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. Hey, just a friendly reminder, this man is still 25. This is still a 25-year-old man who was pretending to be an 18-year-old? But okay, sure.
I'm going to make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court.
Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial and you won? Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course students will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Heart. So, does this mean it's really gonna happen? I hope... Probably not. I hope not. Please don't. Juniper? There's something I've been wanting to say to you.
Huh? Ooh! Is he gonna do what I think he is?
You better not. Juniper? Can we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been? Good, thank you. Huh? Best friends. Weren't you gonna profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius and that I'm really 25 years old. You know what? You know what? I approve. I approve. I can appreciate that. You know what? It was all a big misunderstanding, and I appreciate that. Yeah, huh? But you already dragged it out of me during the trial. Whoops. Listen, Hugh. You too, Robin. Miriam. Me too? Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to his tactical espionage action. Hell yeah! That sounds like it would be a great kind of video game. I think they might be onto something. I've been thinking. It's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means. Count me in. I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. You bet! And what about your BFF, Apollo? Which one? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Oh, you're not talking about who I hope you are. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back. So what kind of guy is he anyway? What kind of guy you are? Well, if I had to describe him in one word... And so, after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind? Nice. You look at him, he looks so pretty. Ah! End! Chivo! Wonderful. So, I guess if you had to describe Apollo's friend in one word, it would be... You know what? I'm gonna save that joke. I'm gonna save that joke. Just remember, I'm gonna save that joke. I'm holding on to it. The Cosmic Turnabout. We will continue on to the next episode, but I'm going to refill my water real quick. Enjoy the nice calming silence of the void, and I'll be back very soon.
Okay.
Chapter 4. Away we go. Well, here we are again. It's always such a pleasure. A courtroom bombing incident. Terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Hey, thanks. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted Tenate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think that there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Episode 4. The Cosmic Turnabout. Space. The final frontier. Oh.
One hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Oh dear.
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Oh dear. December 16th, 9:12 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby. Number 5. Boom, 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 ba-doom. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Oh, hi, Junie. Are you alright, Apollo? Ah! Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my cords of steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go.
Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden.
Is this a lotus root? Oh dear.
That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and...
Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now.
Oh my!
Kinda tough though.
You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try.
Oops. If she didn't think me weird before, she will now. I gotta calm down. Apollo! I'm sorry I'm late!
Hey, Thena.
Junie! I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you.
Thena, stop!
Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Oh, Apollo, Apollo. When will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Oh, hello. This is it. It's all over for me. Is this the new Larry Butts? Is this his cousin? Barry Cutts? They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Sol Starbuck. Yeah, okay, we got Sol and Star. That's space stuff. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about space travel and he'd launch into story after story with so much passion. Oh yeah, and Battlestar Galactica. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Academia? Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... Oh my god, his hair really is just a rocket. I was supposed to be in space right about now. He's so depressed it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Terran. I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Yeah, Earth. Like Moon. Clay's gone, and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine! Ah! What is it? What's with the yelling? My goodness. Hang on, wait, I can make that face too. Oh! Ah! I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see! And in exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? No! Oh, well, about that. Sick. And a close friend of mine, yep. If Apollo had to describe his best friend in one word, that word would be dead. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd have liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. I thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet.
I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going. And what about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo. Trial's about to begin. If the defense would please proceed into the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Probably water or something. Erosion. Ooh, a kiln? December 16th, 9:55 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. Not this time. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. The defense is ready, Your Honor? Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor? What happened to your eye? I'm fine! The defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. He's like 20-something. Oh boy. This boy is not okay. Very well, and the prosecution? Oh god. The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
I didn't ask you. Are you just gonna break out of him now and save us all some time? Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. God fucking! I wrote this game! I hate you. I hate this man. We've come full circle. I hate him. 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 Ah! The prosecution is now ready. Hi, Bird. Hi, Taka. Oh, good bird. Well, it didn't take him long this time. What's up with Black Quill? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence!
Are you doing your job today, Black Quill? Oh, look at you! Doing the bare minimum. You want a fucking cookie? I'll do it. You will. What an unexpected surprise. This time, I can't leave it to anyone else. He wants to cook! Get him an apron! I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Black Quill. Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Yeah, that looks like a federal research center, all right. Real whimsical. Astronomy. It's astronomy. Oh, did he say astrology? He sure did. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site. Oh, God. You know what? That's it, Viz. That has to be.
2 explosive devices were detonated and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs! How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck. I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Yeah. Correct, your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat 1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? Oh. He even turned that incident into a movie and everything. That one miracle. We've got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah, yes. The victim was one Clay Terran, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. We know that box. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you ask so nicely, it's your coffin. Ah! Have mercy on me! I jest. It's evidence. You can't make me like you after the shit you pulled. Due to its immense size, we have little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Whew. I feel like I just lost 50 years off my life. Does he even have 50 years left? God damn, Athena! Holy shit! Sir, a murder has just been committed? Oh my god. Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of this incident to the court, if you would. On it, but first, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. Gyaxa Space Program 21st Century Exploration. Let's go to Jupiter. To get stupider! Wonderful! For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building. Take a look at this cross-section that we, the police, have created. See the launch pad in the main building? The launch pad is the square building and the rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incidents took place in Launchpad 1 and the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Space Center diagram added to the court record. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't read that autopsy report. I'm gonna do that. Details of the case. Yeah, 1 second. Oh. Oh dear. Oh. Well, now I feel bad. Now I feel just awful. Stabbing. The victim was discovered in the 3rd floor boarding lounge in the main building. Oh dear. What is that thing, though? And what is the symbol on the bottom of it? This is to know something. It kind of looks like a head, but I don't know.
Details of the case. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in Launch Pad 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Thinking he'd sabotage the bombing, the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Yeah, I saw it. Oh my. Is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yeah, he was... Yes, Your Honor. It's the knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. Utility knife added to court record. 1 second. How old was he? 23. Manipulate witnesses. Power of suggestion. Fucking suggest this dick in your mouth. Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. Also, hey, thanks. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. What? What, R10? What did I say that was so wrong or incorrect? Huh? Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? The round thing in your face. Yeah. Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. Oh, it's a hand. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. Why do I feel like it's immensely important to this case? I see. So, we know that the bomb in the main building was on the second floor. But where was the bomb that was in Launch Pad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. Hi, Neon. I would like to submit this diagram report into the record. Bombing report added to the court record. The trial's just started and we're already in a bind. No, that was last trial, Athena. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. Boom, boom. Details of the case. Boom, boom. We don't know, Neon. We don't know. Apparently he's insisting that it's a sty, but, he's been real weird about it.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? Aha! I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there wherever and whenever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world, or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Darno. Huh? What do you decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at that time? bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators and the third-floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup.
And how did the evacuation go?
I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter.
Basement shelter.
Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center.
Emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. There it is. The Space Center's pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Evacuation report added to the court record. Type security, right? Police human against evacuation. Power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. Do they, though? Do they really? Police officers and riot police gave evacuation instructions immediately. Why were riot police there? There was a power outage and the affected areas remained dark. Security system switched over to emergency power and continued to work. Evacuees moved to the basement shelter. Okay. Guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct?
Yep, that's right.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Sorry, let me be perfectly clear. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives.
Huh? What are you talking about?
If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
That's why I'm here to think for you, I guess. Fine, a simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive.
Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia.
What? Astrophobia? Fear of space? He's an astronaut!
A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute.
He's been to space before! You know what? Hang on. They said he, barely made it back from that one, right? Maybe because he barely made it back, he didn't want to go back up. I'll give you that, but...
That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these.
Tic Tacs. What are they?
These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears.
That's not... Okay. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
But that doesn't mean he'd go so far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? No, not after the media had branded him Sol Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally. He constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the Space Center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation.
Ugh. Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was only the 2 of them?
It was just before the spaceship was set to launch.
Of course it was only those 2. Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence!
No, the notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. Gloves. Okay, yep, Good. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device. Sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photograph. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. Very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. Yuri? During Pride Month? How perfect! Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director's the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28, doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. Guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. Oh well! Launchpad 1 door lock added to the court record.
Hold it!
So while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue.
Hold it!
And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were 2 of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. Oh, hey, we know her! From the fucking... the cold open, the prologue. Yeah! Candace Arm... One of them was a detective? Yep, Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding line. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. 2 witnesses, huh? And one of them is a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. The victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. What little I could get out of him only hurt my case. Justice Dono. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Hang on 1 second. Oh, hey. Only the prints of Director Cosmos, Starbuck, and Terran are authorized. Independent security company managed use director backup powers. There's security camera. Oh, that'll come in handy. Sure. Ooh. You can see the bird just kind of moving his little head on the above the top of the screen there. He's peeking out from behind the UI. Hello, little one. Oh, you're so precious. Anyway, preparation is an essential element of battle. So I advise you to take a gander at this. Oh my god, this place is so futuristic. They use discs instead of tapes, like everyone else in this world. What is it? Footage from a security camera. As the 2 astronauts emerged from the bowels of Launchpad 1 corridor, The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. Can't help but notice that neither one of them has been stabbed? Can't help but notice neither one of them has been stabbed? Now, I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. Yeah, hi, where's the knife? Hello? I don't see a knife? What? What?
Order, I say. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting.
I should have known Blackwell would have something like this ready. Security camera video added to the court record. Yeah, it's a video. So, Apollo? Yeah, 1 second. Can't help but notice this. I don't see a knife. Do not see a knife. Just throwing that out there. Oops. How exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Tarrant was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence!
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead and a dotard. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fulbright, explain it to Justice Dono.
You got it. Ready, kid?
What are you? 33.
Fine. If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
Objection, fuck you. But you can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence!
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based in your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive.
Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic.
Since when have we cared about sound logic around here? But it sounded perfectly logical to me.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close.
Objections? Well,
Hold it!
Holding it.
Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need.
What is it, Athena? It's just... there's something that's been bothering me. If it isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well. I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time.
Yes!
You have 5 seconds.
5 seconds!
After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your boldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown.
Oh!
Ready?
We don't have time! Spit it out, Athena! Only 3 more seconds. Ah! Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete.
Meaning?
Meaning there's something missing. Like they conveniently left it unexplained.
Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain.
Ah! You're right. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't. I'm panicked. I don't like time limits. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to rebut?
Yes, Your Honor, actually there is. There's something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court. Well, if you put it that way. What is it that the prosecution has failed to explain? You know, why was it moved? They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. Oh my goodness. That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. Ah! Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Spaceboy moved the victim. Huh? They've got to be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. Ah. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. Flashback to 5 seconds ago. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see, yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
Objection!
You fucking what? What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence!
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective Ahn. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. Oh hey, we know that guy. What? One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, or it had not. The victim's body and for had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Ah! Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. Ugh. It's like he's reading my mind. As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Oh! Is it the remote? The remote that later turned up in the prologue case and then went missing? Specifically a bomb detonation switch. Yup. You found what? I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence when the Space Center director and Detective Ahn stumbled across the murder. So he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble-brained that he is.
No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. Oh. Ah! Dead. Dead. Justice Stoner, open your eyes and see the truth. No, I, singular. It appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You'll believe in your client, come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has got to be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Raiden, turn off your game console right now. Yeah, it seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body-moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan, too? Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself. Famed astronaut, Solomon Starbuck. Hang on, wait, I can guess what he's gonna say. Witness your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. Then why'd you ask, bitch? You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence!
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Shut the fuck up. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow, that was super negative. Is he gonna be alright up there? No. He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. Boom, boom. I didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. What are you doing? I didn't kill Clay, I was trying to save him. Well, you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim. But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who would wear a suit like that except an astronaut? Cosplayer, I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. Also, that was an actor. Probably. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, he's completely given up. Get up and stretch.
What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackquill a second ago? Oh, that was him. Great. Huh? That was Blackquill sighing? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun-shy now. It's time to find out the truth. Bung, bung. I didn't kill him.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at that time? Of course. He was alive and well.
Silence!
If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well, and silenced him permanently with this. What? No! Black hole confirmed, dead ahead. It's no good, Captain. I'm getting sucked in!
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you are not in space. Please give your testimony seriously. It was just nerves, but maybe I shouldn't have said he was alive and well. It was more like he was slumped over. Those are complete opposite ends of the spectrum.
Hold it!
Is that the elevator inside the launch pad area? That's right. We always use it to get to and from the cockpit. That makes sense, so he was just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact that there had just been an explosion? Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something pretty big. Hang on one sec. In the middle level of the launch pad near the elevator. Yeah, I'll get back to you.
Hold it!
Passed out. Why was he passed out? Probably because of the explosion. The noise and vibration were incredible. It's little wonder a person would pass out, right? I guess. Not that I know. Ah! I've been hit by space debris. The main engine's on fire. It's gonna blow! Ah! He's dead. Oops. Yes, I see. I guess it does make sense that someone would pass out. Especially if the person in question is Mr. Starbuck. Anyway. I was trying to save him. Oh my goodness. I'm real sorry about this, buddy, but objection.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launchpad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right. Which means... Exactly. Launchpad's elevator would have been unstable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What's with the helmet? Ah! Mission Command! Mission Command! Do you read me? Come in, please!
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention! Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. Ah! My helmet! Ah! My oxygen tank! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Requesting medical assistance. Yeah! Boy, this man is traumatized, huh? He's having a bad time.
Mr. Starbuck, we're not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up.
Yeah, no, this is super PTSD. This man's got problems. You know what that means? Therapy! Oh boy, it's time for courtroom therapy! Yippee! I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you use the middle level elevator? Yeah, funny how that works. I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think. A different route. I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. During Pride Month, Black Quill? For shame. I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably. Probably. Understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. My escape route. Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe. Probably. With the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level, while carrying a container and a man in a 200-pound suit. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. And the capsule you mentioned. I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Taryn here. You know, now that I'm looking at him, he kind of has a... I can see that it's a visor, but if you kind of squint, it looks like he has JoJo hat hair. As in, his hair is the hat, you know? Hat becomes hair. The two fuse together. You know? Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah. That capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony. Maybe I am guilty after all. No! Stop! I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. Bet it's more comfortable than a spaceship. I doubt that. Boom, boom.
Hold it!
How could you mistake such a basic fact? Hey, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Everybody has those days. But try thinking about the vastness of space instead. From Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to our nearest neighboring star. So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant. I wish he'd consider it just a little more significant than 0. Enough jabbering. Get on with your testimony.
Hold it!
My dude? Maybe? Probably? Did I hear you right, Mr. Starbuck? I didn't say either of those things. Mission Control, come in, please! An error has occurred in the sound system. Activate the emergency tin can telephone. Oh no! Tin can telephones are ineffective in the vacuum of space!
Silence!
Stop this nonsense or I will sever you and your tin can telephone. Alright, I'm begging you, I'll tell the truth. Just don't sever anything. Apollo, is he gonna be alright? No. No, he is not. I'm starting to think he's not. Let's see. So about when we were running away.
Hold it!
The upper level of the launch pad area. That's right. That's what I said, isn't it? Granted, that route does exist. So to recap, you had Clay over your right shoulder and the capsule in your left hand. Yeah, it's really important, so I couldn't let it get burned up. So even though Clay was really heavy, I couldn't afford to carry him with both hands. I did the best I could with him over one shoulder, and the capsule in my other hand. I don't think the meaning of what he just said has hit him yet. You know what you have to do with that statement. Justice Stonehow. Yes, I know. Well, I've come this far, no turning back now. It's time to present some evidence. Sharper escaped with Clay in the capsule, which means... just like in the footage, I can see why he couldn't run, though. That's weighed over 200 pounds just by himself. Yeah, and he had to support Clay, who was another 200 pounds. Plus, he had to ensure the safety of that capsule. I don't think I could have even walked under those circumstances. Walking straight forward is probably about all I would have been able to manage. During Pride? Is it just this? Objection?
Objection!
Yeah. Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue? Yeah, that's it. The planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. I can certainly try. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? Not as long as this was along the escape route. Skip-a-bam. Take that. Take that! To get down from the upper to the middle level where the Launch Pad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Oh. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity's only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
We ain't on the moon! But the Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Ah. Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth, now! Engineer, where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected due to faulty maintenance. Evacuate immediately! What the... He's flying the coup. Ah! Help! I'm caught on the ceiling! Help? Anyone?
Bailiff, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once.
Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real. I don't think he wants to.
Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground?
Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth?
Not that. Anything but that.
What is going on? This is the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Space Boy is prone to deception.
Witness. Yikes! Yes?
I thought your story odd. Perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect.
Ah! Prosecutor Blackwell, please! Please don't talk about that.
What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Space Boy is, ironically, terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. Oh, right, the pills. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system.
Oh?
I sense things are about to nosedive.
You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear.
It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? How could that be?
Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember? Because of the side effects? Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened.
What? Oh boy.
Order in the court.
We can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything.
Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing.
Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? Guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space. Or taking drugs. Maybe I really did do it?
No. Which brings us to the answer of our original question.
Of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body.
It does?
So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Darnell. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder.
Oh my. See, then the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a disrespectful thing?
I don't know. Person in the last case.
Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself.
Spacesuit. Oh, the spacesuit cushioned his fall.
So you are capable of quick thinking.
Yes, you are correct.
Really?
Oh, thanks.
Ah!
Huh? What's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am, for they fracture easily when struck.
That seems like a horrible design decision. Are you kidding me? I feel like that's something that you would want to fix. That's extremely concerning. It's just no wonder this man doesn't want to go into space again. If this is the shit he's dealing with, Soviet cosmonauts.
Objection!
Objection, what the fuck? Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel would leave its mark on the body. Yet, according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
The spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Darnell. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space.
But not knives?
But not knives. Yeah. So falling a few earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? Thank you. It should, and yet, through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target. Of course it did! Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Of course it did. Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? Oh yeah, there's a hole in the spacesuit, like in the middle of it. There's just a laser there. This is fine. What are the chances? You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suits work. Ugh. Got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Space Boy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Tarrant. No way! Here, the report regarding the astronaut's oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. Eh? Stop that! Ruptured. Enter the court record. This report is pretty detailed. Where is... Where? Oh, here. Hey, how about that? Hey, how about that? Hey, how about that? Alright, so here's what actually happened. Is that, Mr. Coffee took some anti-anxiety medication, passed out, Clay carried him back to wherever, which is why he doesn't remember. Mm-hmm. Oh, why, thank you. Yeah. And then... yeah, I guess that's it on the side over there. Hmm. Yeah. And oxygen's left shoulder surgery. Remaining after the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and remaining oxygen percent. Belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim's 80% full. Tanks were functioning part of the time. Yeah. Definitely. Oh, yeah, no, I read it already. Let's see, the display on the astronaut's left shoulder. Guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. You can just say blue, Apollo. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space! Space Boy. Yes! Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful, even when viewed through bars. You mean stars as seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Isn't that right? I said it before, I'll say it again. If I get one singular instance of this man like, cooing at his bird, giving it just making fucking kissy faces or whatever, all will be forgiven. He's got a good theme. It's like It's very, shall we say, Western. And then it's got a little bit of, like, Asian twang to represent the fact that he's a weeb. And the big boom and the tinklies with the chains and the bars and the... It's good. It's good. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. You're not helping. That's not a half-bad thought. Mr. Starbuck? Prosecutor Blackwell got to him good. Spaceship prison cell. Fly me, my guilt, and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then, let's get sucked into a black hole together! Sir?
Objection!
Objection, what the fuck is wrong with you? Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Oh, yes, Apollo? You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you're an incredible man. He said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. He said that? So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Tarrant! Earth, Earth! For Clay. You're wasting your breath. Are you okay? I don't think he's okay. Oh, he's better! Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Oh, we didn't even need to do any courtroom therapy, Mr. Starbuck. I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent, you'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space! Yeah! You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul! I'm on fire! I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself! This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't just let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun, the moon, all of space is calling me. Solomon Soul Starbuck! Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. You can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He's pulled himself through. If you simpletons have done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your boldness? I can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. Aww. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I've got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think! The only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see. About this data that we just received. Supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here.
Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Objection, fuck you. Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. What about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now? It says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining while Mr. Terran's had 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor. Right away. It's the evidence that the oxygen report stands contradiction to. Okay.
Take that!
I'll take that. And how does this evidence present a contradiction? The problem is in this part here.
Take that!
Take it. Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran. Here's to say 50. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. The oxygen in the tank increased? I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there's a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. I don't... But what does that prove? Oh, honey, you don't get it! Oh, baby boy, you don't see it! Aw. Aw, baby. Aw. It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm gonna bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen? You better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Yeah, of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown an 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not, why did the oxygen level increase? But what had to have happened to make it look like it increased? Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Oh, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. The victim was carrying the defendant. We were going the other way! Yeah. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? No. As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran at all. It was Mr. Terran who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. It was what? Order, Mr. Justice. You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Terran? It
It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
He didn't? Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. Yes. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. Two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. Seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score! Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, would you please show Detective Arm to the stand? Holding it. I have an announcement, everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode? Bomb? Now? Ah, everybody run! Eek, I don't want to die! Oh no, everybody's panicking!
Silence!
Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves afore all else.
Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch! Let me go. Apollo! Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet. Eee! Juniper! Are you alright? Apollo, no! Not that way! Ah. And that's how we fucking died. And... oh, short game. Weird to end it on a cliffhanger like that. To be continued. Roll credits. It is. We have now caught up with the prologue, the tutorial case. The prologue, which was a post-law? Whatever. Continue! In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was indicated as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. Aw, remember his tiny eyes. Ah! Hello, Neuro. Welcome, welcome. Hello. How was your ring? Is it old? Your old ring. It's old. How was it? Was it shiny at least? Hello, hello. Welcome. Oh. Oh. Went well then. We are playing, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. We're on case 4. We're recapping previous events. We managed to clear Miss Wood's name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted to Nate. So I have seen. December 19th, 3:21 p.m. Write Anything Agency. Apollo's a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy, being attacked by Tennate like that on top of all his other injuries. Apollo was resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. Oh, God. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. How young is he exactly? They say he's 23! It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Alright, enough of this, people! This is no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you! You're the only one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities! Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. What, right now? We better not be running the whole way. Here she goes. I'd better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you. Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. You can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back! Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. Sounds more like you forgot everything. You can always count on Athena for that, too. Alright, you two, let's be careful out there. December 19th, Detention Center, Visitors Lobby? Room, whatever. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him. That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right?
Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait! Don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he's seriously gotta stop depressing himself. Just stop being sad, Forehead. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere. That just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Yeah, as we burned up upon re-entry. Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Let them have this. Aw, yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1. To the stratosphere and beyond. There he goes. Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? I don't know, R10, but I could really use a wish right now. Wish right now, wish right now. Now, first things first, I'm an attorney, look at my badge. So what do you think about this? The evidence is gonna get me convicted. No, it's my attorney's badge. I was hoping it would reassure you that we're here to defend you. Evidence isn't just for the prosecution. It can help prove a person's innocence, too. That's a positive spin on things. I thought that was common knowledge. You'd be surprised. I'm gonna go make myself a cup of tea. Soothe my poor throat. I'm gonna make myself a cuppa. Y'all hang out with Mr. Coffee here. Back in a few.
Well, that is almost exactly what I said, Detective. I asked if this was the new Larry Butts. I called him Barry Cuts. So, you know, basically the same. Have my tea. Still very hot. I would love to, but alas. Okay. Wow, wow. Yes, let's just talk. Tell me about the case. So you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know? Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle. That must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. You don't know this man. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you. Exactly! That's what I thought! It must have been the real culprit! My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. That doesn't sound very secure. That... Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed! I'll say, they even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example. That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah, staff who work on machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. Utility knife report updated. The Hat 1 miracle. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. You did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was a goner. But I managed to make it somehow, with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer? Yeah, okay. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat One Miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. Oh god, no. No. You're assuming they broke up. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on forever, and ever, and ever, without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. Existentialism. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way! Of course not. Even now I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless. But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier, an unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. Cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. I'm really talented, R10. I'm a skilled ventriloquist. Look, I'll do it again right now. La 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 la. Oh shit, damn it. Never mind. The victim, Clay Terran. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. Hot, very hot, too hot. Parentheses, hot damn. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. Oh, you missed it, Detective. There was a cutscene with Clavier. We heard his voice. We heard his voice. Oh. Oh. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine. I know, Detective. I know. And since this is a live stream, the ephemeral nature of this live stream There's no record of it anywhere. It's tragic, really. Certainly not at youtube.com/ at just_palace. Or here on twitch.tv/ just_palace. Unless... You're fine. Apollo says I'm fine and you're fine all the time too. And I always feel encouraged too whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much, they were like a part of the staff. One time during Zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit. And the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine!" over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. Yeah, they were roommates. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine! Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine. Everything is going to be alright. Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine! Come on, Mr. Wright, you too! Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you! Phoenix Wright is fine! We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. I'm sure it feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto! Good idea. Let's go! I can still present things, though. Something tells me there's no point in doing so. Ooh! He's real fine. He's real fine, all I'm saying. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. I want to take my picture in the alien cutout! Wait, hang on. This bit isn't worth it. This isn't worth it at all. Hang on, wait. Yeah. It's like I'm really there. Yeah. Yeah. Take my picture. Fuzzy Pickles. Here we go. Finding a tree. It's not a tree, it's an alien. I appreciate the pun. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. My helmet, no. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close? Hmm. So you're telling me that anybody can just walk up and see the rocket? Anybody could, like, I don't know, walk up and plant a bomb on the rocket? Just any? Just any? Alright, sure. Yeah, okay. Oh, so check it out. Look at how brightly the Gaiaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entryway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why this strange acronym? I mean, what is GIA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have abbreviated to GAXA, or even Gaia. I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name really really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Oh. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead! Oh. Who's this geezer and what does he want? You're Yuri Cosmos, aren't you? Call it a hunch. He's got an invincibility star on his chest. His buttons, they got the eyes. They're power-ups. Anyway. Oh, do I dare try to do a Russian accent? I don't think I do. No. Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are... My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. Oh. Oh, I thought he was missing an eye. I didn't see properly. Hi, Mittens. Welcome back. Scottish. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center. The center of the cosmos. That was horrendous. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center. The center of the cosmos. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... Ah! So you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. Sir? I don't... Okay, I'm just... With this talk of the incident, are you by any chance the Space Police? Spies! You can't tack the word space onto just any old thing, you know. Why not? We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate his case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. I see. Yes, I've heard about you. Space Palace. That's me. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it. I can already tell he's gonna be nothing but trouble. My space badge! Don't let him hear you say that or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? Got it. Boo. Boo! That was very good. Boo! First things first, I'm a lawyer. Look at my space badge. Excuse me, but about this piece of evidence, let me ask you a question. What will that object contribute to the future of mankind? What? Not much, I guess. Then how important could it be? Damn, it's my badge! Quite unlike the great historical figure, Yuri Cosmos. Ha 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 ha! If he's any more self-absorbed, he'll turn into his very own black hole. God damn. Hello, there's been a murder? A different voice, I think. A different voice, methinks. So as a director, what do you do here at the Space Center, specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. Space peace. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going, for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel! To your break stations! Prepare for break! Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. That is exactly right, because I am an important man. My manner is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. Oh, you mean the terrible failure? Uh-huh, yeah? You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead, have at it. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it, specifically. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse! Oh, okay, thanks. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the Center of the Cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the court. What? So does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home. I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well, I will impart to you the complete history of the Hat 1 project. Oh, thank you very much. Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid. Oh, I see. Glad I entertained you. with my ever so subtle body language. Space rocks. And Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit, from where it launched the Hope probe toward the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat 1 returned safely to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right? Correct, and it truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. Space landing. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. Well, that's a suspicious pause. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. Guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of this space center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. Space Attorney, oh my god. Dark Age of Space Development, oh. That is my mission as the man who stands the center of the cosmos. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. Oh, I know what voice to give this man now. He's Cave Johnson. I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I'll be on my way. As you can see, I'm very busy. I'm a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine. Max battle speed and engage. There you go. Thing is surprisingly fast. Guess we better get going too. You bet. Let's make it so. Cute. Aw, man. I missed my opportunity to have a cup of tea, Earl Grey hot. Damn. Later, Viz. Thanks for hanging out. Oh. The boarding lounge. Oh! Oh, look at that friend! Oh, look at them! Oh, I love them! Ah! December 19th, Cosmos Space Center Boarding Lounge. Ah! So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now, we're in the main building here on the right side on the 3rd floor. Ding. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from Launchpad 1 after the explosion. Battle Vespa. Ooh. That is incredible. You there! No admittance without express permission. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. How about both? Both is good. So, to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. Yeah, no, it's locked. It's super locked. Looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. Good eye. Good eye to you as well, Athena. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. That explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Oh, okay. Now come on, let's go! Hmm. It's so quiet. I might actually call it for tonight. Space quiet. Quiet like the endless vacuum of space. Yes, yes. I shall rest. A bit of a shorter stream today, but that's okay. Very quiet. God, fucking just... I look at the fucking... I just... Yeah, I feel that. Let me just, real quick. Let's all look back fondly on our memories of today's stream. Yeah. And, let's go back a little further. We have, the memories that we have here. Such beautiful oh yeah, this is, some concept art. I just thought this one was very funny. I just thought this was very good. God, I forgot! Oh, I forgot! I forgot this one. They're just staring at me. Oh, I hate it. Ah! Yep. So many daddies running around. And then, God, who could forget? Who could forget? We have fun here. Oh, the fond memories that we have. Such fond memories we have. But anyway. Do we? I mean, I'm having fun. Indeed. Great Ace Attorney. Well, before that, I do not have the Great Ace Attorney game parenthesis S, games. I think there are multiple. Before that even, we have Spirit of Justice. Number 6. Game 6. Come on, there you go. Hmm. Hmm. I have heard that it's mid. Obviously, I will reserve judgment, but... Hmm. Hmm. Justice for All. That's... 3? Is that 3? I can never remember. Yeah, I saw that as well, Mittens. That could be worth looking into. I had DS copies of most, if not all of them, I think. I think they're in storage now. Yeah, almost certainly. Oh, I see. I did not have those. The mainline series. Nausea. I did see that. I didn't look into it. But I will. Excuse me. Very fun seeing my just unconscious finger stimming. Something I don't even think about. Just a thing that I do. To the point where I become unaware of it, and now I'm just staring at my model doing the exact same thing. That's GameStop for you. I've been thinking that I should perhaps have some kind of... Because right now my elbow is resting on my armrest, but it looks like I'm just awkwardly holding my arm in the air. So I've been thinking about, like, incorporating some kind of something into my layout here. Noted. Where I'm like, I have my model like sitting on a chair with armrests. But it feels restrictive. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know either. Simply don't know. But anyway. Yes. More. Oh my god, it's almost July. Oh no, I hate that. Oh, I hate that it's almost July. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I think. Yep. It's my old nemesis, the passage of time. Strikes again. Oh no. Oh no. I have a deadline for something in September. I really need to be working on that. Oh yeah. Well, every month is Pride Month in the Palace household, and that's just a fact. I really need to get working on that. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Ugh. I enjoy just. I think I kind of get why, I kind of get the just chatting streamers now. This is nice. This is pleasant. To just sit around and shoot the shit. It's fun. Delightful. But, just vibing. Exactly. Yeah. Mm. But yes, I suppose it's time to go. Yes, yes. I shall. I shall. I must. Yeah. You know, see, sitting here now, just kind of vibing, I'm like, oh yeah, I could play more, but I think, no, I think it's a good idea to stop for the night. A little early, but that's okay. Yes, yes, have a good everybody. Have a good day of the week. Have a lovely time zone. And, I will see you for more. Hopefully see you for more on Saturday. For the thrilling continuation of space! Space justice! Justice in space! Yes, yes. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Thank you for hanging out with me. Goodbye.